seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury. Good morning to all of you. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice holiday break. Thank you all for being back on time this morning. And as you may recall, we left off with Ms. Vicki Beamer. She's currently on the stand. She remains under oath, and we will continue on with the direct examination of this witness.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Beamer. Good morning. I just have a few more questions for you with respect to your direct examination. A couple weeks ago now, because we have been on a break, if you recall, we went through when you were testifying a PowerPoint that you had prepared the majority of and contributed to that in terms of the you collected a swab, and then does each swab then, when it's impounded, get an item number?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, based on this particular slide, the item number that was assigned to this particular swab was 1019242. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we again have a picture of PMH, and we talked about photo marker H and how the lab came in and designated 26 items and or stains that were swabbed. And then later on, as crime scene folks came in, this same area was marked with item 50 for the CSS for the crime scene specialist part. Do you recall that part of your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So since the lab was the very beginning folks that went in there and did what they did, as we discussed, can you explain, again, just to remind the jury, why you chose to swab this particular area when you were in the home that night?
Yes. This stain appeared out of place. There wasn't a lot of staining on the floor. It seemed to be a fairly clean residence. So because I saw staining on the floor, it appeared to be some type of liquid. I took a swabbing of that stained area.
So you talked about the swabbing process. So you mentioned when you were testifying a couple weeks ago that you would take the swab, you would do what you do in terms of swabbing, you would then put it in the swab holder, and that it would ultimately get packaged in an envelope. Is that what happened in this case?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 659. Do you recognize this envelope?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recognize this to be?
That is that stain that you just showed a picture of. 1019242 is the item number.
Okay. And you mentioned that when you were at the residence that evening that your supervisor was also assisting you, Ms. Alito, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is her identifying information on this envelope?
Yes, in the officer field, it has her badge number B1157 and her initial K and Kano for her last name.
Okay. And even though it says officer, she is not a sworn person.
That's correct.
Okay. So folks who are not sworn have that letter in front of their number?
Correct.
Okay. I want to now show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 660. What are we looking at in this exhibit?
It's a little distorted, but it appears to be a swab in a Integra swab. So the swab is encased in a cap.
brand of whatever swab you're using at the time?
Yeah, it's a brand name. I'm not sure if that's the exact brand, but an Integra swab does come in. It's a cotton tip swab that is encased in a clear plastic tube like that.
These are special types of swabs that are used to do the type of work that you do?
Yes, they are purchased by the crime scene unit and used to collect biological stains.
And in terms of what we're looking at in Exhibit 660, are you seeing on the Q-tip part of that swab staining?
Yes.
And is that the area, are we to presume that that's the area that you swabbed that night?
Yes.
Exhibit 661, is that the back side of that same swab?
It appears so.
And can you tell how you know that that's the swab that you took?
It has the DR number 15-04116 towards the right side, which is the top of the tube. It says H and it has my initials and date on it.
And when it says 2/19, 2015, I think your testimony was that you started in the evening of February 18th, but given that you moved about the house and either collected or swabbed 26 things, that took you into the early morning hours of February 19th.
That's correct.
Okay. During your testimony, you mentioned that after you finished up those early morning hours of 2/19, that you immediately went back to the lab with the items that you collected. Do you recall that part of your testimony?
Yes,
And that testing began almost immediately.
correct.
Can you tell us on what I neglected to ask you the first time was, given that, can you tell us the date that you actually authored the report that included the profile that you had determined from PMH?
I actually don't recall the date on top of my head of when I authored the report.
Okay, and I think, if I told you February 25th of 2015, would that sound accurate to you?
That sounds about right, yes.
And I think we mentioned, in terms of reporting, you do your work, and before you actually issue the formal report, there is a process that has to happen before it can go out.
Yes, all of the reports in the forensic biology unit are both technically and administratively reviewed. A technical review is someone that's qualified to do DNA analysis, looks at the report and all of the case notes supporting the conclusions, make sure they're in agreement with it. And then an administrative review is done as well, which is just basically making sure that the item numbers are correct and there's no typos in the report.
Okay, and that was done in this case.
Correct.
I wanted to follow up on one other thing that I had asked you a few weeks ago. You mentioned that once you were in the home on Monterey, that you did a walkthrough where you, as well as other staff from the Scottsdale Police Department, to include police personnel, were identifying areas. And you mentioned that as you were walking the house, there were particular areas of the house that appeared to be disturbed. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then you mentioned that the bedroom was not one of those areas that was disturbed. Can you explain, when you used the word disturbed, what you meant by that?
It didn't appear that there was any type of struggle per se in that room, whereas in the living room, the couch was looked like it was in its normal position. There was debris on the floor, staining throughout the scene. I didn't see that kind of activity in the bedroom.
With respect to the bedroom, though, you also mentioned as you walked through the home, do you recall testifying about seeing spray over throughout the house?
I do, yes.
And describing that?
Yes.
Was the bedroom, the master bedroom, one of the areas where you observed the spray over?
I did. I did notice it on a dresser. If I believe correctly, it was a dresser that I saw the overspray on.
So when you were describing disturbed, you were simply referring to the furniture and the state of other things in the room versus that?
Disturbed, yes, and meaning it didn't seem to be signs of a struggle per se.
Okay. And then I believe the last question that I have is, I just wanted to clarify this. You mentioned that you developed the PMH profile And after you had determined that it did not belong to, or after you excluded Alex and Ed Pfeiffer and Allison, since she was female, from that PMH profile, you mentioned that you then uploaded it into the CODIS database. Do you recall that portion of your testimony?
Yes.
And I think you talked about at some point the profile was put into a state database, a national database, and Interpol. Do you recall that portion of your testimony?
Yes.
Once that profile was put into any of those databases, were you ever notified that it had hit on any particular person, or did you get any results back, I guess is the best way to say?
No, we did not receive any notification of a hit.
I don't have anything additional, thank you.
Okay. And cross-examination, Mr. Kirchler, whenever you're ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you about what you did in this case and your role, okay?
Okay.
So first of all, you're a scientist, correct?
Yes.
You have a bachelor's degree.
Correct.
You have a master's degree.
Yes.
You've authored a few papers.
Co-authored. Correct. Yes.
We talked about the paper that you co-authored about DNA mixtures, correct?
Yes. It involved mixtures.
And when I say a scientist, you're a forensic scientist, correct?
Yes.
And you work in a lab,
Correct.
and while you're employed by the Scottsdale Police Department, or the city of Scottsdale, I should say, you're not actually a sworn officer, correct?
Correct.
You're a scientist.
Correct.
Your job is to be independent in your findings, correct?
Correct.
You try not to have any bias.
Correct.
You use, for lack of a better word, formal measures, correct?
Are you talking about procedures?
Tests.
Yes.
You have machines.
Instruments? Yes.
And you're able to basically report the data that you find, correct?
Correct.
There is some interpretation, correct?
Yes.
And that's part of your expertise because of your education, correct?
Correct.
And you talked earlier about being the DNA technical leader, correct?
Yes.
And you're a supervisor,
Correct.
and you're in charge of the quality assurance parts of that, correct?
Of the forensic biology unit, yes, I am.
And you have to follow protocols by the ANAB standards to remain accredited, correct?
Correct.
You told us that you were an ISO 17025 DNA lab, correct?
That's the standards that we are accredited to, correct?
So in that, you follow those protocols.
Correct.
And that you talked about, you have to follow the procedures. So it's standard across the board, correct?
The standards from ISO 17025, yes, we are required to follow those.
So if you went to another lab in another city who was also accredited or following those standards, they would roughly do the same procedures, right?
Well, sometimes those standards are fairly general, so procedures, depending on what you're talking about, if you're talking about an extraction procedure, those may vary lab to lab.
And it also depends about the software that you might have.
Correct.
For instance, you guys, you talked briefly about things, how they were done in 2015, how they might have changed in 2025, 10 years later.
Yes.
You have different software.
Yes.
For instance, StarMix.
Correct.
You were running like version 3 back in 2015, correct?
Yes.
And now you're probably at 11 or 12.
Actually, no, we're still on the same version of 3.2, or 2.3.08, actually.
Your job is to make sure that you report accurate results, correct?
That's correct.
And today we're talking about what you did at the scene and then that development of the profile from PMH, okay?
Okay.
Um, when you testify again, I'll ask you more questions about other stuff that you did, okay?
Okay.
So, as we just talked about, you went to the scene one time, correct?
That's correct.
And you were working as a team with law enforcement and crime scene specialists there, correct?
Yes.
And I mean that you were walking around with folks like Detective Heinzelman
That's correct.
and maybe Kat Palma,
Correct.
and you were offering your expertise in those 12 or 26 stains that you thought may be important, taking in consideration the other people as well.
Correct.
But you're part of the crime lab, independent of, say, like a Detective Heinzelman, correct?
That's correct.
And you were there with Chris Cano,
Correct.
and she was your boss at the time.
Yes.
And you and her worked together with the other law enforcement crime scene specialists to collect and document the items that were identified, correct?
I believe the 26 stains, there wasn't any crime scene personnel involved in the collection of those items. We collected those 26 items ourselves. But crime scene did collect other items of evidence at the scene.
And your job in this case was really the collection of what could contain biological evidence, correct?
That's correct.
And when you looked at those 26 stains, you thought that they may contain biological evidence, correct?
Correct.
You can't see DNA with the naked eye.
No.
It's something that you have an educated guess best, correct?
As to whether an item contains DNA?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to talk about some of the terminology that we've heard. When you're looking for biological evidence, or something that might contain biological evidence, the term that most scientists are using today is trace evidence, correct?
Containing biological evidence, I don't consider that necessarily trace evidence. Trace evidence, my understanding is that it contains low levels of DNA.
And we talked about, I heard the term touch DNA. And that's kind of a misnomer, correct?
Yes, when we first were able to detect trace levels of DNA in the field, it was often referred to as touch DNA because it was usually from someone handling or touching an item. However, I prefer the term today as trace DNA because the source of that DNA is not known. It doesn't necessarily mean it came from handling of an item.
And you don't want to testify in any way that would suggest the activity, correct, of which the DNA was deposited, let's say.
Activity meaning as far as how the DNA got transferred there.
Correct.
Correct.
And scientists use this hierarchy of propositions. You've heard of that?
Yes.
And as a scientist, and even in the protocols that you have, you're not supposed to testify as to the offense level. Did somebody do X, Y, and Z that was a crime, correct?
I don't know that that's in a standard, but yes, we do not report out whether or not how the DNA got there, an activity level type of conclusion.
And that's actually the second one in that hierarchy of propositions. The activity level is, the act at which that, or the how it got there, correct? You don't testify to that.
No.
And what your job is to talk about the source, correct?
That's correct.
And that means that you can identify um, if there's a profile there or not, correct? Or DNA there or not, I should say.
Typically, source meaning what the source of the DNA is.
You can sometimes say the composition. For instance, we talked about certain tests that you have that could identify whether or not a substance is blood, correct?
That's correct.
And we talked about a couple of tests that the Scottsdale Crime Lab did back in 2015. We talked about the Castlemeyer test, correct?
Correct.
And that's a presumption of blood, correct?
Correct.
And that's a test that is been validated, correct?
What do you mean invalidated?
It's a test that's standardized across, that people have found that the science backs it up. Let's say the science backs it up,
It's-
that there's a presumptive test, correct?
Correct. And our lab did validation studies to confirm the use of that test.
And when you say validation studies, tell me about that real quick.
Validation is required for a new procedure, although this technically is a serology procedure and not a DNA procedure. The validation process is a process that we use in the lab to verify that the process, the method, and the reagents are working as expected. So there's studies that are performed to make sure that the test is working as expected in our laboratory, in our setting with our reagents.
And we also talked about the hemotrace, which is also a blood test, correct?
It's a confirmatory blood test, yes.
And that's also been gone through those validation processes.
Correct.
There's also tests for semen, correct?
That's correct.
And saliva.
Correct.
I should have said seminal fluid, right?
Well, are you talking about a presumptive test or a confirmatory test? Because there is a confirmatory test for the presence of semen, which is the microscopic test for spermatozoa.
And those tests are validated too,
That's correct. But I should clarify that our laboratory back in 2015 did not have a saliva test in use at that time.
And when we're talking about DNA, you mentioned that it could be in blood, it could be in semen, or it could be in saliva, skin cells, correct?
Correct.
And even dandruff can have DNA in it.
It's skin cells, so yes.
And when we talk about DNA, the tests have come a long way, correct?
From when DNA originated, yes.
It used to be that you needed a larger amount of DNA to detect it, correct?
That's correct.
And now we're in the microscopic, correct?
DNA's always been microscopic, but we're talking about very small amounts of DNA are now needed in order to obtain a DNA profile.
We were talking picograms and nanograms, correct?
That's correct.
And those are like, if you had a grain of salt, it's even smaller than that, correct?
Yes, there's a billion nanograms in 1 gram. So we're talking about you can't see it with the naked eye.
But you can get a full profile from something that small, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified earlier that you wouldn't make a conclusion about something just by looking at it, correct? A stain, I should say.
As to what the source of the DNA is, that's correct.
You could make note of the color,
Correct.
make note of the size,
Correct.
the location,
Yes.
the surface,
Yes.
and maybe even the shape.
Correct.
And those observations kind of dictates what decisions you're going to make in how you collect that, correct?
That's correct.
And it could be whether you're going to do a serology test on it, correct?
Correct.
And you testified earlier in this case that you did blood. That was the test that the Scottsdale crime lab had. I should say 2 tests, correct?
That's correct.
You had the Castlemeyer, which is the presumptive, correct?
That's correct.
And the Hemotrace, which is the confirmatory.
Correct.
And we talked about how you get a sample from something, correct?
Yes.
And you told us about the Integra swabs just a few minutes ago.
Yes.
In fact, I'm going to show you what's marked as 661 and 660 for 661. And we can see on the bottom of that page that, well, maybe we can't see that yet. I know it's a little distorted, but that brown part at the bottom of the page, that's part of the swab, correct?
It appears to be the stick of the swab, the handle.
Okay. And you have, when you take a swab, you have 2 swabs that you can use, correct?
Yeah, I can use as many swabs as needed to swab the stain.
Generally speaking, you use a wet and a dry swab, though, for a stain like PMH, correct?
For PMH, no, not necessarily. I might just use a wet swab, but there is a wet dry swab procedure that I would do for other type of samples. But for a stain that appears to be liquid, I would use a wet one and a swab moistened with sterilized water and swab it that way, and not necessarily take a dry swab.
And when we talk about PMH, which I think you keep mentioning that it appeared to be a liquid. It wasn't actually wet when you were there, correct?
Correct, it appeared to be dry.
I'm showing you part of the PowerPoint, the swab from the cluster near the chair, PMH. It appeared to be dry. So you used a distilled water and got the end of the swab wet, correct?
The entire swab portion, yes, wet.
And then you took that swab and you rubbed it through those cluster, let's call it, correct?
Correct.
And you do that to a point where you are able to pick up whatever's on that surface, correct?
Correct.
And that may be the brown stuff that we see here,
Correct.
and anything that's above it or below it, correct?
Correct.
Whatever's on the floor, your goal is to just pick that up.
Correct.
And when you look at something and you do the analysis on it, you can't tell me where the DNA came from other than it came from this area, correct?
Are you speaking specifically on the swab
Or not on the swab, but on the floor itself. So what I'm saying is, you know, when you swab this area, whatever biological material you were able to obtain came from the area.
That's correct.
It might be within those brown spots, correct?
Correct.
It might be underneath those brown spots.
Correct.
It might be on top of those brown spots.
Correct.
The DNA might not have anything to do with those brown spots.
That's possible.
And your role is to just say, here's what the results were from the analysis that I did. And here we have a DNA profile, correct?
That's correct.
Your job is not to say how PMH got there.
Correct.
And you can't say when it got there.
Correct.
And to reiterate, you do the testing and provide the results.
Correct.
I want to talk to you about how much DNA is actually needed to obtain a full profile. Okay?
Okay.
The kits that you use for STR have 23 locations, correct?
Technically 24, but yes.
And not a lot of DNA is necessary to develop a full profile. You just testified to that, correct?
That's correct.
But you also testified that too much DNA is not good, correct?
That's correct.
And too little is not too good.
Correct. You might not get a full profile.
You hope to get somewhere between 0.8 and 1 nanogram, is that correct?
Ideally, yes.
And we talked about that's microscopic.
Oh, yes.
And you can't see that with the naked eye.
Correct.
So on the 18th, when you arrive at that house or at the house, your job is to just go through and look at stuff and then try to collect anything that could contain biological evidence, correct?
Yes, that was my role that night and into the next day.
And your job, and it's an important case, you want to make sure that you don't bring any DNA into the scene, correct?
Correct.
We call that contamination sometime.
Correct.
And you use some type of protection, correct?
Correct.
In this case, I think that you said you did not have a Tyvek suit on that night, correct?
I don't believe that I did, no.
But you had booties,
Correct.
and those went over your shoes, and each time you left, you took them off, correct?
Correct.
You went outside, they got taken off, and you put new ones on.
Correct.
You didn't recycle them.
That's correct.
And then you had gloves, correct?
That's correct.
And we've heard from other folks from the crime lab that the policies and procedures have changed over the years. But in 2015, each time that you move to a different sample collection, you change gloves. Is that right?
That would be the normal procedure, correct?
And that's what you did.
I believe so, yes. I don't have independent recollection of changing my gloves after every sample, but that would have been the process.
And the goal is so that you don't bring anything in there from one place to another throughout the crime scene, correct?
Correct, or get my DNA on any of the items that I'm collecting.
And you'd agree that DNA is small and it moves, right?
Yes.
If I sneezed, you might have my DNA on you right now. I know, gross, but
Yes, I don't know how far your sneeze would reach me, but it's possible, yes.
you just, I can't remember if you testified. It's been a couple weeks. Did you have respirators on?
No, I did not.
So you were able to, when you got to the house, smell that strong odor, correct?
Correct.
You weren't able to determine if it was chlorine or bleach, correct?
Correct.
And bleach is important in your line of work, correct?
Yes, it is.
It's something that doesn't allow DNA to be amplified, right? It's an inhibitor, correct?
It destroys DNA. It breaks it down.
So if I wipe this down with bleach, you wouldn't be able to get DNA from that.
I wouldn't want to say it's impossible. Depends on how well it's clean, but generally speaking, yes. In the laboratory, we use bleach as a cleaning mechanism to clean surface areas and tools that we use in the process to destroy any DNA that might be present on those items.
And that solution is anywhere between 3% and 10%, correct?
That's correct.
And the goal is so there's no cross-contamination, correct?
Cross-contamination or direct contamination, yes.
And you went through and you collected the 26 stains, or 26 items. They weren't all stains, correct?
That's correct.
There were 3 parts swabs that you collected from the decedent, correct?
That's correct.
And that was your first day.
That's correct.
And I think we talked about that you immediately went back to the lab and you started to work on developing those profiles, correct?
That's correct.
And we've been talking about PMH. All the work that was done on PMH was done in the lab, is that correct?
Besides collection, yes, everything that was done afterwards was done in the laboratory.
There was a Castlemeyer test, I think you testified that it was positive but weak.
Correct.
And then the hemotrace was negative.
Correct.
And the hemotrace is the confirmatory test.
That's correct.
So based on that test, you could report that it's probably not blood, correct?
My conclusion is that it did not, it was not positive for blood. Blood was not identified.
And that's based on the testing, correct?
That's correct.
So again, your job as a scientist is to do the test and report the results.
That's correct.
And you qualify things like that, correct?
Yes.
I mean, meaning that you're not saying, no, it's not blood, or yes, it is blood. You're saying the test that we administered or conducted resulted in X, correct?
Correct. A negative hemotrace results in a statement on the report that says blood was not identified on that item.
Now, within PMH, there is biological material, correct?
Correct.
And we know that because a profile was extracted.
Correct.
And you talked to us that you did not do the P30 test, which is for sperm, because you didn't have that, right?
I honestly don't recall. In 2015, we did do seminal fluid testing with the P30 test. I don't recall if it was available in 2015.
But you didn't do it on that stain.
That's correct.
And you didn't have a saliva test either, correct?
That's correct.
Now, not asking for results here, but there was a test done independently from Scottsdale. Did you review that?
I wasn't actually given the test, but I reviewed it on a laptop, correct?
And it wasn't at your direction, correct?
That's correct.
You considered it before testifying today?
As far, that test has no bearing on my results that were in the report that I generated.
The test is called an amylase. Hold on. What's the second letter? It's not RMID.
It's RSID.
Correct. And that test, if you considered it, it was negative what you read, correct?
That's correct.
But you don't agree or disagree with it, correct?
I mean, since I didn't perform the test and I wasn't present when the test was done, then I really have nothing to say about the test.
And part of the reason that you agree or disagree or not part of that is you weren't there for which part of the swab was taken. Is that right?
That I don't know how the test was performed and what control measures were done. I mean, there's a lot of information I don't know. So since I didn't personally perform the test, it really has no bearing on my conclusion of my reported results or my testimony today.
And you're not telling us what PMH is, correct?
That's correct.
just need 1 second. Judge, may I just have a moment to talk to my team?
Yes, you may.
Thanks for your patience. Just a couple of other questions. I said amylase, and I knew what we were talking about, but amylase test is a saliva test, correct?
That is correct.
And even though you guys didn't have those tests available for you, you could have outsourced them if there was a need for it, correct?
That wouldn't be a decision of the laboratory, that would be a decision of the police department.
And other labs could have that available, correct?
Yes, private laboratories can provide serological testing such as saliva testing.
And again, you said something that it's the decision of the police, correct? If they want to go forward with that.
Yes, since we don't provide that service, that's not something that we would necessarily offer. We could provide laboratories to them if they wanted to know laboratories that provide that service, but that isn't a decision that the laboratory would necessarily make.
And I think it's important to recognize that even though you are part of the city of Scottsdale, you try to remain independent of the Scottsdale Police Department, correct?
I mean, we are part of the Scottsdale Police Department umbrella, but yes, we try to make sure that there's no bias or pressure from the department on our testing, our results, our conclusions, our reporting.
And they do have the power to request something be done fast, such as the 26 samples here, correct?
Yes, they can request a rush status, an expedited service, correct?
But again, you're just gonna, if that's granted, you're gonna do the work and you're gonna provide results, correct?
That's correct.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
And redirect by the state.
Let's talk about amylase.
Okay.
So you've had this discussion with the defense before about amylase testing in an interview they did with you a few years ago, is that correct?
Yes.
You mentioned that during your testimony that your particular lab no longer does amylase testing.
That's correct.
Can you explain why that is?
There's a couple reasons. Serology overall is, a lot of laboratories are not doing that type of testing anymore because it consumes samples, and a lot of laboratories are moving to a direct DNA process. So they're not concerned so much what the source of DNA is, just that the DNA is present. Also, that test wasn't performed very often in our laboratory, and it takes a rather large amount of sample for the saliva test that we had online at the time.
Okay, so I want to focus on the large amount of sample. So we saw a swab from PMH. There was a photo of it in one of the exhibits, and we've seen examples of these swabs throughout the trial that the head of that swab is like a Q-tip.
That's correct.
Okay, and so when you are doing your DNA analysis, can you explain, remind the jury, I guess, how you go about, like, do you use the whole entire tip of that Q-tip? Explain that part once again.
Back in 2015, we would try to save some of the sample for retesting if needed. So typically, we would take approximately half of a swab for our DNA analysis and whatever serology testing we're performing. Typically, most serology tests take just a very small portion of a swab, and so we try to save at least a portion for retesting should it need to be done.
Okay, so when you're doing an actual swab, we've heard about a lot of factors that affect the swabbing process. How you roll the swab, how much pressure is applied to the swab. Can that affect the amount of whatever substance or biological evidence that you're picking up? Can it vary throughout even that small Q-tip?
It can. We do our best to twirl. I personally twirl the swab as I'm swabbing to try to get the material to cover, the entirety of the swab. But it may be that there's a portion of the swab that has more DNA than another portion of the swab. That is possible.
And in this particular case, did you retain a portion of that swab that we saw for possible later testing?
Yes.
And so, was it half? Do you remember?
It was approximately half.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you about this because you mentioned that not at your request, but at another request, a portion of the swab was sent out to another lab.
That's correct.
Okay. Were you the person who packaged that to send off to the other lab?
I was.
Okay. So you personally are aware of how much was sent to the other lab?
Correct.
And you mentioned that when doing tests for amylase, which we've talked about as a saliva test, does it have to do with a protein that's found in saliva, the scientific version of what we're talking about?
Yes, amylase is found in saliva, so the test is actually to detect amylase.
Okay. And so you mentioned that your lab has steered away from doing that testing because of how much sample is needed to actually do an accurate test.
That's one of the reasons, yes.
So let me ask you this. If a portion of a swab is sent over and there's not enough of a substance on that particular portion of the swab, could that then give a false negative?
It couldn't give a negative result. I don't know that it's necessarily a false negative because it's below the detection level of the tests.
Okay. Can you explain that?
Yes, for serology testing, there are tests that we test bodily fluids, blood, semen, saliva. These tests have detection limits, so there needs to be enough of that substance in order for the test to work properly if present.
Now, recognizing that you only sent over a small portion of a small Q-tip swab anyways, was that one of the concerns expressed to defense
Yes.
in terms of the negative result?
Yes, I had concerns that perhaps there was enough substance on the swab or there actually was no amylase present.
And you also identified a lot of other factors that you can't really speak about this test because you weren't the one conducting it. You don't know what was done. So that's another reason why you can't rely on that
That's correct.
or are not relying on that for your testimony in court
That's correct.
or any conclusions you reached in your reports.
That's correct.
There was some questions about bleach and chlorine. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the effects of chlorine on DNA?
Bleach is made of chlorine, but of specific studies, what chlorine can do, like pool chlorine, no, I'm not.
Would you have the same possible concerns about the effect that either of those substances could have on potential biological evidence?
Yes.
You mentioned that when you went through the Feldman residence on the evening of the 18th into the early morning hours of the 19th, that aside from the crime scene aspect of it, the floor itself and other area, it appeared to be a clean residence.
Yes.
And you mentioned when Mr. Kirchhoff asked you questions, do you remember when he said, if I took bleach and I wiped down this surface, would I eliminate all the DNA? Do you recall
Yes.
that?
Yes.
And I think you answered, correct me if I'm wrong, that certainly can destroy DNA, but if you missed a spot or or maybe somehow didn't get it all, that you could still potentially collect biological evidence.
I think that could still be possible.
To put back up PMH from what was in Exhibit 63, that PowerPoint, does this area appear to have been clean to you, this particular cluster?
No.
I wanted to clarify a portion of your testimony related to the questions asked to you about the Castlemeyer and the hemotrace. I think Mr. Kirchler established that the way you interpret is you have these tests that have gone through validation procedures in your lab to make sure that the controls are working, and you kind of talked about all of that. Do you recall that portion of the testimony?
Yes.
When you conclude and make these concluding statements in your report that blood could not be identified, you mentioned that that's after performing the test, correct?
That's correct.
And he mentioned that you can't say there's no blood or yes, there's blood, that you use this test and that blood can't be identified. Can you ever say for sure?
Whether the test's positive or negative?
Or whether there would be blood. I mean, you have this test and you try to do the best that you can. Can you explain the reason why it's blood was not identified versus there is blood or there's not blood? Is there a distinction there?
Yes, so the term blood was not identified means that the test, it did not result in a positive test, but the other possibility is that there's blood but below the detection level of the test.
And that was a much better answer to my horrible question. Thank you. So when you're looking at all of these different types of tests, the way that you report results, there's detection levels for almost every type of test that you do within your lab. Is that fair?
Almost, yes.
And if something falls below something that your lab is comfortable in reporting, you can't report it. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Do different labs, based on your training and experience, have different detection levels established?
It's possible. I would say that probably the majority of labs use manufacturer recommendations. However, every lab would do their own validation test and perhaps would come up with another detection level depending on their use of the test in their laboratory.
And have you seen that among the labs?
Um, it would specify what type of tests we're talking about.
Well, let me
It's
give you,
chemical tests like the Castlemeyer, there's either a color change or there isn't a color change. There's not so much a value that's associated with the test.
okay. Let's get away from those tests for a moment and talk about DNA. In order for you to report a particular profile, it cannot fall below certain detection levels. Is that accurate?
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled, the witness can answer.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. When you're establishing a DNA profile, in order to be able to call something at a particular location or not call something, there are certain detection levels that you have to adhere to.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'll ask you, I think I'm going to ask you more about this the next time you testify, so I'm going to move on from this at this particular point. But later on, I'll probably be re-asking you about that particular point. You were asked about what you were wearing when you were in the home that night. Do you recall that portion of the
Yes,
testimony? And you mentioned you did not have a Tyvek suit on,
that's correct.
but that you had booties and gloves.
Correct.
And if I'm summarizing your testimony correctly, that it was Scottsdale's procedure at the time, back in 2015, as you changed from one sample to the next to change gloves.
Correct.
Would you have followed that procedure?
I would have, yes.
You mentioned you didn't have any independent recollection. This was 11 years ago.
Yes.
Do you have any doubt that you would have followed whatever the procedure was that was in place for your lab at the time?
I would have followed it.
And Mr. Kirchler talked about, gave an example of sneezing and how it could reach you and things like that. I don't think there's any dispute from probably anybody in this courtroom that you handled the swabs for PMH in this case.
That's correct.
And that this particular swab that we saw was collected by you,
Correct.
packaged,
Correct.
brought back to your lab within that same period of time,
Correct.
and then you were the one that tested it.
That's correct.
But your DNA wasn't on this swab.
No, my DNA was not detected on that swab.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Okay. And could the parties approach, please? anyone has any questions for this witness, I would collect them at this time. And you may approach. Ms. Beamer, I have a couple follow-up questions for you from the jury.
Okay.
So the first question is, given the amount of DNA found on PMH, what are the chances of there being some form of contamination?
I guess I'm not sure what the term contamination means, if possible from contamination from a staff member to the profile, or for contamination trigger, that's like extraneous DNA that's not part of the scene. Um, is Contamination is always a possibility. We do have measures in my laboratory to identify contamination. We have staff members in a database that the profile searched against to make sure it doesn't match any crime scene personnel or any laboratory staff personnel, and we also do have some detectives and officers' DNA in that database as well. So that is searched prior to doing statistics on a DNA profile to make sure that any contamination from staff didn't occur.
Any follow-up by the state?
Yes, based on the work you did in terms of the swabbing and then later the development of the profile, was there any contamination that you noted with respect to PMH?
No, there was not.
Any follow-up by the defense?
And to clarify that, I think you gave a good explanation on what contamination is, being that it's extraneous DNA from outside of the scene, correct?
Correct.
You're able to tell us that based on your analysis and extraction of that profile, that when you ran it through the databases, no police officer that you had in the database came up, correct?
That's correct.
No lab personnel came up, correct?
That's correct.
And no crime scene people came up, correct?
Correct.
You did not get a hit from anybody who was at that scene who was part of the law enforcement team, correct?
That's correct.
You can't tell me anything else about how that DNA got there, correct?
Correct.
And we talked about that before. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
And the next question is, with regard to PMH, beyond DNA, was there a determination of what substance was contained within that sample? For instance, saliva, tobacco, etc.
Our laboratory did not conduct any testing besides the blood testing on that sample.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
No.
And the final question is, was there any sign of tampering of PMH, any use of bleach to the sample PMH?
I did not observe any overspray like I had observed other areas of the scene on the floor where PMH was.
Any follow-up by the state?
No.
Any follow-up by the defense?
No.
And those were all the questions. At this time, may this witness be excused, subject to recall when she comes back later?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you may step down. Thank you. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're pretty close to the lunch hour, so we'll go ahead and take our lunch break. Please remember that admonition, and we will see you back here at 1:30.
Please rise.
Yes, I do.
And we'll have you take a seat up here, please. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please just introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. Hi, I'm Detective John Heinzelman. Spelling is Heinzelman, and I'm a detective with Scottsdale Police Department in the Violent Crimes Unit.
And perhaps an obvious question, but you've been sitting in the courtroom for the duration of this trial?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you the assigned, we've referred to as case agent for this case?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to just back up to sort of your beginning of your law enforcement career. Can you tell me a little bit about your training and experience?
Yes. So I was first hired January 16th of 1991 by the city of Marion, Iowa. Spelling is Marion. That's a municipality just outside Cedar Rapids. I was a patrol officer, field training officer, and ultimately a kind of a crash reconstruction officer before I transferred or left from there, and I moved to Wisconsin in June of 1995, where I worked for the Wauwatosa Police Department, and that spelling is Wauwatosa. It's a municipality outside Milwaukee, where I worked for about 5.5 years, again, as patrol officer, field training officer, was a member of the special response team, their equivalent of the SWAT team, as well as traffic collision reconstruction. I did a short time from October of 2000 until July of 2001, working for a different municipality in Iowa called Madrid, Madrid. It was a very small agency, and that prompted me to move to Scottsdale, where I was hired in September of 2001 as a patrol officer, and I've been there ever since. I was a patrol officer, went to the state academy for basic training here, and then I became a detective for the domestic violence unit in February of 2006. In June of 2006, I transferred to the sex crimes unit, where I worked as a sex crimes investigator for about 6 years. And then I transferred to the violent crimes unit in 2012, and that's my current assignment now.
In the violent crimes unit, we've heard from some of the other detectives, but that would obviously be the unit that handles homicides for Scottsdale Police.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So we heard kind of about your trajectory starting in 1991 as a police officer. Can you tell me, we'll start at kind of the academy and transitioning into becoming a detective. Do you receive additional specialized training as you transition?
Yes. So patrol officers will have annual training as well as patrol-based training, some interviewing skills, some little bit of crime scene, some other things. And once I moved to the detectives, which was a tested for process, so then I received additional training on additional search and seizure, crime scene management. I've handled interview classes. I've been to several different homicide conferences, the California and Arizona Homicide Associations membership that we've had conferences for. And then I've also attended Bevel and Gardner bloodstain pattern analysis training as well.
And while we're on that, can you tell me a little bit more about that bloodstain pattern analysis?
Sure. So that was in early 2019. It's a 40-hour class, lecture and hands-on bloodstain pattern analysis, where we actually discuss all the different types of bloodstain evidence that you may see at a crime scene, as well as reproduce some in a controlled environment by having different things that the instructors or even the students take part in, and then evaluate afterward. They'll give you a practical exam at the end to determine if you can determine what the sequence of events or what happened in this staged scene that they created.
And have you kind of over the years after you became a detective with the violent crimes unit, have you continued your training or going to conferences to the extent that your schedule allows?
Yes, absolutely.
We mentioned you're the case agent, and you're sitting here today in 2026. Were you always assigned as the case agent in this case?
No, I was not.
So tell me a little bit more about that.
So initially, in February of 2015, I was a violent crimes investigator. I was called to the scene initially with several other investigators. And at that point, Detective Brian McWilliams was assigned as the case agent. Over the course of the next couple of years, Detective McWilliams actually transferred to the burglary unit, and I believe in February of 2017, at the time, I think Sergeant Lockerbie was my boss, and then he reassigned the case to me.
And at that point even in 2015, you had been a police officer or detective since 2006, about right?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're gonna kind of break your role up into a few different chunks. And today I'm gonna ask you about sort of the early part of this investigation, and then next week or the week after, we'll have you testify after we move forward in the investigation, okay?
Okay.
So today, you've mentioned that you went out to the scene, so I'm going to sort of broad brush. Early in this case, you went to the scene February 18th, 2015 with the group of detectives.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you go out there each of those days that we've heard about, the 18th, 19th, 20th, and 21st?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and we'll talk about those days. As part of your early role, did you also have some contact? Did you go to the autopsy on the morning of the 19th?
I did.
Did that take you away from the scene for a period of time?
It did.
Okay. Did you also, were you the detective who was asked to make contact with Harley Feldman on the 18th by phone to inform him of his daughter's murder?
Yes, I did.
And did you have contact with one of the fire department personnel, an initial contact on the 18th? Was that something assigned to you? Do you recall Adam Arrington?
Yes, so we interviewed all of the fire department personnel that went into the scene, and Adam Arrington was one of the firefighters that I spoke with.
Were you assigned early in the case, but in March now, to make contact with Nicole Nesselrode, the witness we heard about from down the street that heard the screaming?
Yes, I'd contacted her while we were doing a neighborhood canvass, and I spoke with Ms. Nesselrode at that point, yes.
And just while we're kind of doing broad brush things, did anyone at Scottsdale PD, the patrol, to your knowledge, had anyone been issued body cams or anything at that time?
I don't believe anyone had body cams. If they did, we were just rolling them out, and it would have maybe been the DUI squad, the drunk driving people. But I don't believe, certainly not as every officer, no one had them, no.
So fair to say there were body cams in existence in 2015, but the fact that we haven't seen body cams, for instance, from the responding patrol officers that cleared the house or the initial responding detectives, for instance, that is not odd or unusual in any way.
No, they just weren't issued back then.
Okay. So I'm going to kind of drill down a little bit more into your role in this case, and we're going to jump around and kind of show the jury a few things that they haven't seen yet. So one of the things I wanted to ask you about, just to get us started this afternoon, is we've heard about a house just south of Allison's house that had surveillance cameras that were noted by other detectives.
Yes,
You recall that?
I do.
Was their video from that house ultimately obtained by Scottsdale Police?
Yes,
Did you personally get that from the owners of that home?
I did not know.
Have you seen that video since it was obtained?
I have.
And Judge, I have here a USB marked as Exhibit 657. I've previously shown it to defense. I believe they're going to stipulate to its admission.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's ordered admitting 657 into evidence.
May I publish it, Judge?
You may.
So, Detective, I'm going to ask you some questions, and I'm going to show you some clips from this. And although they may speak for themselves in some ways, I'm going to ask you about what we're looking at. 657. Space. So we're going to start with just this folder here so it can acclimate us with what we're looking at. And this mouse is a little odd when I get it up on the screen, so bear with me. So we have two dates here and an address. I mean, what is that consistent with?
So that first one, February 17th of 2015, is the date. 8534 East Monterey Way is the address of the Politos. That is one house south or east of Allison's. It's kind of on a curve. And then the numbers 0000 to 2359 are the hours in military time, so from midnight until 11:59 p.m. And then the same thing for February 18th, the exact same thing. And actually that one stops at 2029, or what would be 8:29 p.m.
And at that point on the 18th, at 2029, the police are well underway in securing that home?
Right, officers have been at the house for about 4 hours by then.
So once we get into this, I'm going to open this folder that starts with February 17. Now, this folder here, it says 8, that's office extension. Detective, were there other surveillance cameras on the Polito's home?
Yes, they had several surveillance cameras, most of which, all of them covered their particular house, in the backyard, in the front yard, in the front door. This particular camera is what they considered their office exterior, which would be at that northwest corner of their house. It's focused on their window, but in the background, you see the front yard of Allison's residence and a little bit of that front porch.
So there were other camera angles that police were able to obtain and look at. Is that fair, that you've seen yourself?
Yes, correct. And I think there were a total of 8. This was the only one of any relevance that showed any more than just their house.
And do these have audio?
They do not.
I'm going to play some now, but before we, get too deep into this, I just wanted to be clear. What are we able to see on this video at night? Are you able to see very much?
Not at all. As a matter of fact, they're not. I don't believe they're infrared. Again, it's focused on the window of the house. So I think you see a small cactus that's growing there, and then for the most part, unless there's an outside light source, it's pretty much completely dark.
Okay, so let's get into this. And when we look at this naming convention, Detective, I'll just read it if I can. 2015-02-17, and then 6 numbers after that. What does that kind of correspond to, or if anything?
So what that is that shows the year, the month, the day, and then the start time of each video. Each video clip is about 30 minutes long. So for example, that top one, that 0000, and then the last 2 zeros depicts midnight. And then the next one is 0030, so that'd be like 12:30 a.m. again for that next 30-minute block of time.
Okay. And I might as well play just one real quick, and I'll just pick this one just so they can kind of, well, that's not going to be a good one. Let me go down to, it's kind of delayed here. Oh. So what we're seeing 13:30 here. That's about 1:30 in the afternoon, roughly.
Yes, that's
Sound
correct.
right? Okay, I'll play that one, not for any particular substance, but just to give us an understanding of what the point of view looks like. And it looks like they're all going to pop up on the other screen. So what are we looking at here, Detective? What part of the homes?
Okay, so again, on the lower right corner is that window of the Polito's residence, and then that little white raised box with the cactus. That's the edge, the south edge of Allison's property. The driveway you see cuts across on an angle, sort of by where the time numbers are, and then up in that upper right corner is the area right outside her front door.
And I'm just curious if this even works. Are you able to touch your screen and make any marks? Does that leave any marks? No, it doesn't look like it.
Nope.
Okay. So the house sort of in the foreground here with the plants and stuff, is this the Polito's home?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And where would where would the street be? Where would Monterey Way be if you're coming home?
Right. So it's not on the video, but it would be off the screen in that upper left corner. And again, if you can imagine, it kind of makes a curve. So that's where that would be. And at night, you might be able to see headlights.
Oh. Perfect. So what do we see here, Detective?
So right at that point, actually, is that's Allison's silver Ford, I think Explorer, backing out of her garage. So you kind of get an idea of what this view lets you see from Allison's property.
And we've heard already from some other witnesses, you have some information that Allison went and did some shopping on the 17th in the early evening.
Yes,
You know, she went to a Kohl's and a Walmart at one point.
that's correct.
Okay. And we also know from various sources, but including the Cox alarm information, that she returns home a couple of hours later.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to jump now to that time frame. Again, this is all an exhibit that the jurors can look at as well, but I'm not going to show them 24 hours of video at this moment. So now I'm going to jump to 19, the file ending 90119, which should correspond to about 7. I'm terrible with the military time.
It'll be
but
7:01 p.m., yes.
Okay. So now we see it's a little darker.
That's correct.
Maybe you can help us. So is this kind of roughly what you see during the nighttime hours?
That's it exactly. Without any source of external light, this is the view that you get from this camera.
And you can kind of see the planter, perhaps, maybe an edge of it. I don't know, on the right side, about 3/4 of the way up, like some sort of lighter coloring. And,
Yes.
And the plants themselves kind of making a row. Again, I'm not gonna. We're gonna get to this section in a second, but is it safe to say, with the porch light off, that the front door of Allison's home, that front entryway, you really can't see?
That's correct.
And if we remember from the picture, is her door set back from? Is there sort of a gap of so many feet from the edge of the house to where you would actually enter her front door?
Yes, the front door is recessed about 3 feet. The mailbox is on that wall inside there as well. So, and their porch light is affixed to the west side of the wall, facing the street.
Okay. So I'm gonna jump in this section to 7:15. Again, apologies, this mouse does not correspond to the movements I'm making over here. Try that. A little late. So 7:15, about 30. Well, let me back up a tiny bit more. Okay, 7:15:13 on this file, and I'll let it play for a second. Well, what I'm looking for, Detective, or you can tell me, are we going to see Allison returning home, or what appears to be Allison returning home?
Yes, so right there you saw the light. That's the garage door, the front garage door opening, and then her headlights as she pulls into the garage on her driveway.
Okay. And then we see what appears to be a consistent SUV-style vehicle pulling into the garage.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm just going to let this run for a minute or so and tell us what we're looking at as we start to see some shadows.
So again, based on the monitor, this monitor is a little dark, but I know what we're looking at. You'll actually see what appears to be a shadow kind of cross the light, where my understanding is that if she's getting out of the car and going around the back of her vehicle, you would see that shadow caused by that garage light on the ceiling.
maybe give it another 10 seconds and we'll see some of that activity.
Right there.
It appears to be a shadow of a person crossing that light.
Yeah, it seems like legs walk, and you can almost tell that there's legs walking across it, which would make sense based on the driver's side and how she would have to go around to get into her house.
And at 7:19, if I can jump there roughly, do we ultimately see that, well, let me see if it'll go. When you were in the scene, Detective, were you went in first with Miss Palma? Is that right?
Yes, that's
Well,
correct.
after the patrol officers. Did you see some items that appeared to have been unpacked and left on the kitchen counter?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm looking for is just right about there. Do we see at that point the lights kind of going away? What does that indicate to you?
Yeah, so that's telling me that the garage door is now closing, and that that little last remnant of light at the ground level is now, that's the last thing you see. So it'll close, and then it'll go back to that complete darkness again. Here's the garage is closing right now at 7:19 and 13 seconds.
And now with no illumination, you kind of just get this fuzzy pattern that doesn't really seem to indicate anything.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna jump now to a different file and just kind of get an understanding here. So on the same day, on the 17th, I'm now gonna go to time frame around 9 p.m. If I can. So we're at 21:01. Well, can go here. So now we're at 9:01. And we see that porch light is on.
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a recollection, Detective, that that porch light came on right about 9 p.m.?
Yes, it did.
From the surveillance? And with the porch light on, you kind of can see where her door kind of is in relation to this darkness. Is that right?
Right. With the assistance of the light now, you can determine there's that cactus, at least the shape of it, and then that front kind of porch area outside that front door. But again, it's about maybe a foot high. You don't see much. If we'd see video of somebody walking up there during the day, you'd see it goes basically from about their knees down.
Now I'm gonna jump again. Does this porch light, Detective, stay on from this time frame until just after midnight?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me, if you recall off the top of your head from the Cox alarm system, what time the front door at that midnight time frame when the porch light goes off? So I'll jump to the porch light going off and then I'll ask you those questions, but keep that in your mind. So now we're going to jump to midnight, which I think is going to be on the other date here. I'm now going to the file that's labeled February 18th. Again, same subfolder naming convention. Again, same convention for the file names. This time we're looking at the 18th of February, 2015.
Yeah, that's correct. And so the remaining 6 numbers are literally the hours, minutes, and seconds. So that would be midnight, 0 seconds would be the start of this video clip.
Okay, and I'm going to play that one. Again, we can see on this now that porch light is still on. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And now, if I jump forward to about 12, 13 here. Well, leave it there. 12/12/07. I'm gonna let it run for about a minute, but I want to ask you, do you remember from that Cox alarm system that front door opening and closing around 12/12,
Yes, I do.
and that it ultimately doesn't open again for about 4 minutes around 12:16, and then closes again 15 or so seconds later?
That's correct.
Okay, so we have a little gap. 12/12 it opens, closes. About 4 minutes later, opens, closes again. And I point that out just to say, after that, well, if these timeframes are consistent, after that first opening and closing, what we have on this surveillance, we'll see in just about 20 seconds, is does the porch light go out?
The porch light does go out at 12:13 and yeah, about 10 or 12 seconds.
And then after this one, I'm going to jump to this later in this same day when Alex arrives. We'll get there. And there, Detective, we saw the porch lights out now.
Yes, at about 22 seconds past the minute there.
And we heard from Lieutenant Lockerbie that at one point there was even an attempt to enhance this video, but nothing was able to be done with it.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm not gonna, play another hour of this, but is it safe to say you really, it's hard to see anything of clear substance more than what we're looking at right now in the darkness?
That's correct. I've watched this entire the following hour, and you don't see any movement, anybody walking around in front.
Okay. And I'm not gonna just let it run, but I'm gonna jump now to another daylight clip where we're able to see some more content. So now I'm gonna go to 3:57 p.m. and ask you what we're looking at. Oh, we're 11, 1. All right, what are we at here? 2. There we go. So I'm gonna play this clip ending 153. No, I'm sorry. Where are we? Yeah, 4. We gotta back up a little bit. I'm doing the military time thing, but now it's throwing me off even more. 2:18. So we're at 3:01 here.
Yes, 3:01 and 6 seconds is where
Okay,
that starts.
And we're at 3:31. So I'll go to this one here, ending 3109. And now we're in the daylight again, Detective.
Yes, that's correct.
3:30, roughly 3:31 in the afternoon.
Right, on the Wednesday, the 18th.
Okay, so now I'm going to jump to about 3:57, which is going to be close to the end of this, and just talk us through what we're going to see. All right, I will let it run from here at the risk of overshooting. Letting it run from about 3:56:50 for about 30 seconds. Ultimately, Detective, just to get to it, what are we going to end up seeing on this video from the Politos?
So on this video, what we're going to see is Alex arriving at the house. As he explained, he got there just before 4 o'clock that Wednesday, and he parks in the driveway in his blue BMW. And then you can see him get out. It appears that he walks up to the garage as if maybe punching that code in, which again, he told us that he did to check the garage. And then ultimately he walks to the front door, and then he goes in the house through the front door. So right there at 3:57 and 44 seconds, that's Alex's blue BMW. And again, it was parked in the driveway when we arrived.
I'm just going to let this play a few minutes so we can see Alex's movements as he, as we've heard from him, but also as we'll see on this video. Is that consistent with what Alex was wearing when police arrive?
Yes, it is.
Now, at 3:59, we see him kind of by the doorway.
Yes, that's correct. That's the front door. And again, where he can step in without going into the house, but be out of that camera view. Again, you see him about from the waist actually down a little bit higher than I thought initially.
And do we know from the Cox alarm system that the door opens at roughly 3:59:30 at this point in the case?
Yes, that's correct.
And at this point, Detective, I'm going to jump to the next file, because this one ends in a couple minutes, and we won't see anything else for that time frame. We'll go to 401 if I can. Just kind of clicking through the last minute or so of this one since there wasn't too much left, and then we'll go to the next one with where we in the next video will we see Alex again?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Ooh. Too far. Now I'm playing the video ending 111, the next one down on this list. Again, we see just picking up at the 4:01:10 time frame roughly.
Yes, that's correct.
I think it's must be 11 seconds, but I'm gonna jump here to. Well, I'll let it play for a moment. Do you have a memory, Detective, or if I said to you that the 911 call was about 4:02 or so, does that sound about right? Is it consistent or so with the video that he calls 911 around this 4 p.m. time frame?
Yes, it is.
And is it possible that this Polito video, the 911 system, and even the Cox door alarm system are not all perfectly synced, times?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So if one says 4:02:07, the Cox door alarm might say 4:02:22 or something, because they're not they're not synced by satellite or something.
That's correct.
Okay. But generally they're consistent with each other across the board.
Generally, they are, yes.
Okay. So at 4, we're gonna go to 4:03 or so. Are we gonna see Alex again? Do you know? Do you remember?
Yes, I do believe he comes out outside at that point
Okay.
while he's still on the phone with the 911 call taker.
Okay. And what do we see here?
At about 4:03 and about 6 seconds is where Alex steps outside in the camera view just for a moment. Then he steps back in the doorway. I don't recall if the door opened or closed again at that point. But there was also at some point the call dropped off and he had to reconnect with 911. There were 2 911 calls, and I believe that was right around this time as well.
And do you remember having sat here in court and listened to it recently anyway, as well as during the pendency of this case, Alex making a comment about having to find her address at one point?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm gonna maybe jump just a minute forward. well, it's gonna have a lot of space here. Well, maybe not. Do we see Alex come out again?
Yes, at about 4:05 and maybe 9 seconds.
Okay. And I'll let this run for another 30 seconds. By about 4:06, I'm going to ask you if you see anything different. Do you see that shadow pull up, Detective?
Yeah, so that shadow at 4:06 in about 10 seconds is that's the fire truck that is arriving on scene with the fire department personnel who will then ultimately go into the house.
And do we see some of those personnel on the video?
Yes, at 4:06 and 30 seconds, you see the carrying their gear going inside.
Look like potentially 4 guys, fire department guys are seen on that entering or going towards the doorway anyway?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And again, not all of them, the camera doesn't capture everything on the front porch, so that doesn't necessarily say that they went into the house, just that they went in on the porch out of camera view.
You can kind of see someone there and maybe dropped some gear or something on the floor right before that. It's kind of
Yes.
hard to see. But there's enough space between the edge of that, what we can see, and the door for people to stand in that doorway and not be seen.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm going to let it play to 4:08 and ask you what's going on at that point. And obviously what we're seeing here, what you described earlier from sort of the knees down, are you able to tell us who exactly each of these individuals are, just based on their, knees and shoes?
I can't. I know that there were 4 firefighters that went in, that coordinated, but then the officers, I would have no idea.
And we've heard from some of the initial responding officers and sergeant about kind of the process of going up, 2 of them, and then they waited for 1 more. We heard all that testimony while you were here. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We still see Alex outside, obviously.
Yes, on the passenger side of his car.
And then at 4:09:30, I'm going to ask you if you see potentially some more police gathering. So we see at least additional people gathering by the door.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and we know at some point fire department personnel are exiting. You see some of their gear.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna jump a few minutes. Well, let this play for another minute or so. Jump a few minutes ahead. We see these, some of the fire gear up there in the top right corner.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Things that were brought back from inside the house.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Since we heard some of this testimony, I'm just going to show you at about 4:13:50. There you go. Another person kind of hustling up to the house, potentially the last or the third patrol officer that we heard testimony from that entered the home.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask you, we had heard from witnesses earlier that they had kind of went through, went into the home, cleared the, well, let me ask you this. This person looks different. Why do they look different?
The best I can tell is that's either an off or a plainclothes, one of our detectives, but I don't know who that is.
But still a police officer, you saw a gun on their waist?
Yes.
Okay. We heard that when the 3 patrol officers went in, they went and they opened that door that leads from the kitchen area into the enclosed carport and checked there. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And then do we have corresponding openings and closings on the Cox alarm about 4:12 for that door?
Yes,
Does that
that's
sound
correct.
right? Okay. And then we heard that master bath, which leads out to the backyard, that some patrol officers actually went out there and then out the gate. And do we have that door opening at and closing between 4:16 and 4:19?
Yes, that's correct as well.
And from your understanding and review of the Cox records, during this time frame that the patrol are clearing the house, do we ever show them going out the sliding glass Arcadia door opening and closing?
No, the Arcadia door does not open anytime at this time.
Okay. And again, I'm not gonna show all of this, but is this relatively consistent where we have police officers arriving to the exterior of the home? Can we still see Alex barely on this point of view?
Yes, I believe that's him at the top of the screen, right in the middle, seated on the ground. That's right about where his hat was found, that U of A baseball cap. It was in the gravel somewhere near there, and I believe fire department personnel are tending to him there.
Okay. Only have a few more timestamps to look at, Detective. Let's see if I can jump a few minutes. And that, around this time frame, I just wanted to know, we've heard a lot of testimony about Alex's demeanor and his interactions with people outside the scene. So right around 4:18:50, I was going to ask you if you notice anything at all about his, potentially, I mean, without speculating. And does it appear that fire personnel are still tending to Alex at this point, 4:19 roughly?
Yes, it is. And I do recall he appeared very distraught. He was crying. He was wailing, actually, and he was with the fire department the entire time. By now, I believe I've already arrived on scene, and I've witnessed that as well.
And it's kind of, obviously, we're watching a video and there's no audio, and it's kind of hard to see everything, but fair to say this is all consistent with the things that you observed at the point that you arrived.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now I'm gonna jump to 421, just a few more minutes. Can we see some individuals leaving the house, or leaving the entryway, I should say.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, 421:30, what do we see here?
This is one of our patrol officers, I believe that's Sergeant Williamson, stringing up that red crime scene tape.
Okay. And he kind of goes beyond the scope of this point of view, but just to be clear, this is still the front of the house in the sense of, is there a way to get from the front of the house to the back of the house on either of the walls on the front? That makes sense?
There are no gates or anything on that front wall or the west wall of Allison's property. The only way to go to the backyard from the front is either through the house or through the garage.
And now I'm gonna jump to about, well, I'm gonna have to go to a different file here. Just two more clips. I'm gonna go to the file ending 0120. This we have about 6 p.m. in the evening. Oops. Does that look right?
Yes, it starts at about 6:01 p.m.
Okay. I'm gonna jump to 6:20, and now we heard from the time frame of sort of initially arriving that detectives initially arriving, some things needed to be done as far as securing the home, and then essentially getting permission to go in and process the home. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So during these few hours here, the crime scene tape is up and the home is secure. No one's allowed in or out. That's not appropriate.
That's correct. The house was secured at that point.
Okay. And if needed, as obviously warrants would be obtained and people are being called in that need to be called in.
Yes.
Okay. So at 6:20, I'm just gonna ask you if you recognize the person we're gonna see. This mouse. Oh. All right, 6:20 roughly. What did we see there, Detective? Do you know? Or do you know who that is?
Oh, is this person walking around? So in the corner now, in the upper right corner, that's crime scene specialist Palma, and she's photographing Alex's car in the driveway.
Okay. And we heard about how she goes and takes initial photos or entry photos, and this was one of the things that she was photographing.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And we've seen a bunch of those photos already, but a lot of them are taken into the night as the sun has gone down. Is that right?
Yes.
So obviously we're not gonna see much on here, but I'm gonna jump to one more clip, and then I'll move to a different segment of your testimony. Now I'm going to the file ending 3130. All right, now it's a bit darker. And we see somebody walking along the top of the screen. I don't know if you caught that. We got a flashlight now.
Yes.
Just gonna back it up to the very beginning, 7:31. Is this a time frame when that van or police cars would be out there?
Yes, that's correct. So a lot of the light, the ambient light that you're seeing is from our crime scene, our MAC van, the van that we bring out for scenes.
No, it's not quite where I wanted it, but that's okay. Fair to say that at this point into the evening, what we heard from Ms. Palma is that you and her are going to do some entry and walk through photographs.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. It's pretty hard to see in this, so without having to reload it here, I'll just note there you can see it, sort of some people walking in using flashlights and flashes going off of photographs being taken.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Um, all right, I'm gonna move now. We can take this off for now, so I don't inadvertently play something while I'm trying to talk. There we go. Perfect. Thank you. Um, so, at the risk of kind of going back to things that the jury may have heard about, I do want to ask you, Detective, because you had your own personal knowledge and interaction at this crime scene. So we've heard a lot about this scene from a lot of people that were there. But can you tell me again what's your role? You're not the case agent at that point. It's McWilliams. So what is your assignment?
So when I first arrived, I was initially assigned to be part of the scene, to document the scene along with Detective Lockerbie. And then roles changed a little bit as I had to step away to contact Mr. Feldman.
And so you and Lockerbie were going to be kind of a joint scene detectives,
Yes, that's correct.
but he ultimately takes on the documentation and a lot of the reporting as it comes out of the scene.
He did. He documented the majority of it. I did some, but not in that great of detail compared to his.
Okay. And so we know that you were you go in first with Ms. Palma. We know that you're there. At what point? So you said you had to step away to talk to Mr. Feldman. Around when is that in the time frame? Do you
I
recall?
believe that was about 5:30, maybe 5:25, or somewhere 5:45 even. But we had received information that Mr. Feldman had contacted the police department asking that a welfare check be done on Allison. And this was one of those things, the media was already aware and they were already responding. So we felt it best that I reach out to him and let him know before he'd see something online or on TV.
And did you know at that point that he was out of state?
I did.
So you weren't able to quickly go to him in person?
That's exactly right. If he were closer, I would have definitely driven and done that in person. But unfortunately, I had to make that phone call rather than talk to him face to face.
And so, as you moving back physically to Allison's home, I understand that the scene is processed over a number of days. I'm going to ask you about a few things for you, sort of that you personally may have had a hand in. One of them is we've heard a lot about the trash. I just want to get that out of the way. Was there a trash bag in the kitchen?
There was a white, like 13-gallon plastic trash bag that was sitting in the kitchen, sort of in that entrance to the laundry room. It was just on the floor. It was full of just regular old garbage, is what it looked like.
And did you take a look in that trash bag?
Ultimately, I did. I moved it outside. I don't recall which particular day, but I moved that out onto the that garage area, and I searched through the trash to see if there was anything of evidentiary value.
And did you find anything?
I did not.
Did you? We've seen photos of the trash in the kitchen. We've seen photos out the laundry room door of the bag sitting on the in the sort of carport area. Again, you had been a detective at that point. You've been a police officer since 1991 at this point in 2015, so 24 years, if my math is right. And a detective since 06?
That's correct.
So you look at the trash bag. You did you find a pizza receipt that you took out just in case?
In the recycling bin that was outside, the large plastic bin, there was a pizza box, I think it was Papa John's, that looked like pizza had been delivered on Monday. And there was the barcode, the little receipt on the side of the box that I literally collected an impound. I cut it off the box because it was a greasy pizza box. So I just wanted the receipt. So I cut that off and I handed it off to Sergeant Davidson to have somebody follow up with that.
And again, at this point in the case, you detectives don't know what's going to lead where. Fair to say?
That's correct.
So, okay. Just to talk about it now, do you, detective, give in any case in which you're involved, sometimes does defense ask to interview you prior to trial?
Yes,
Did you do that in this case?
I did.
Did you actually do more than one interview with defense attorneys prior to trial, in this case, at their request?
Yes, I did.
And sometimes do those interviews cover different topics? You know, they're not just always limited to topics A, B, and C, but maybe defense wants to ask you about, you know, X, Y, and Z also.
Yes, that's correct.
Sometimes after an interview or after you've answered a question, do you go back and look at your reports or think about the case, and do you, you know, have more context for an answer that you may have given in that interview?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you too much more about that, but sitting here testifying today, Detective, this case is now almost 11 years old. Did you write reports in this case?
I did several.
As the case agent, do you review pretty much everything that's gone on, reports from everyone involved?
I tried to, absolutely.
So you're not, do you have a photographic memory?
I do not.
Okay, but, so I'm not gonna ask you, what's on page 2 of this person's report, but fair to say that part of your role is to kind of take in information from multiple sources and compile or synthesize things as the case moves forward?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna jump now back to the scene. Well, this is gonna be tricky because we don't have too much space here, but let's just go to this picture. All right. And Judge, we have also discussed the admissions of exhibits 604 through 656. So it's in here, as well as separately 662.
Any objection?
No.
It's ordered admitting 604 through 656 and 662 into evidence.
And I should note, just for the record, one of those, and I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, has already been admitted last week. So I can find that one for the clerk if that helps, I believe. But let me see here. So what we've got, I'll go to 662 first because we talked about this. What is this, Detective?
So 662 depicts inside that laundry room that is actually facing east, away from the washer and dryer into the rest of that room there. And you see some luggage, a vacuum cleaner, and a laundry basket.
And so we heard testimony and we were asked about the laundry basket when it was sitting on top of the laundry machines during the entry pictures or initial photos. Do you remember those photos?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and now we've got a later photo. Do you remember if this is taken on 2/19? Does that sound about, or would the laundry basket have been moved sometime in that first day off of that wash machine?
I believe this photograph was taken on the 19th. That's
Okay.
correct.
And so we heard, when I say the 19th, I guess it's confusing as well, but we had photos, initials, we'll call them the entry from Miss Palma, the 18th into the evening, and then she comes back on the 19th in the morning and takes more photos. And then we have, during that portion of the day, the laundry basket here. So I just wanted, because it's been brought up, do you recall this laundry basket?
I don't personally. I know I've seen photographs of it on the washing or dryer, and now I've seen this photograph here taken the following day.
Gotcha. And so this, what we're looking at, we haven't actually seen this part of Allison's house, but where is this in relation to the rest of the house?
So again, this is in that the southeast corner of her entire property. This is inside the laundry room, south of the kitchen. And if you were taking this photograph, those cabinets and the washer and dryer are behind you, and then you're looking east into the laundry room.
And we saw some pictures of this cabinet open with like a Swiffer inside of it.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so I'm just gonna kind of zoom in here, but we see a laundry basket now. It's right here. Oh, that's too far. Autofocus. All right. So we can see that there's a laundry basket here.
Yes.
Okay. Anything of note that you're aware of that came from inside of that laundry basket?
I don't believe so. I know it had clothing in it, and I think it was some clothes was in one of those wash bags, like a mesh bag for delicates, but that's all I recall.
Okay. So that's 662. I'll put Now I'm going to ask you about something else that's come up already. And that's going to be .655 and 656. I'll start with 655. Can you see what that is?
Yeah, 655 are bottles and cans of beer on top of those two coolers that were outside on the patio.
Okay. And at this point, they've been removed from the coolers.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Because we saw some pictures earlier of these coolers. What they were they inside at that time during the initial entry photos?
Yes, they were inside, floating in water.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna show you, a similar photo now, 656. See, right. Again, is this that back cooler with the bottles taken out?
Yes, in this photo, we're seeing those bottles and cans of those beers. Actually, in the upper left corner is that pool inflatable, or two of those floating rings.
And when we look at these 655, for instance, can you see with, even from this photograph, the rust on some of the caps?
You can, particularly on the, I think it's either the Bud Light or the Coors Light in that second photograph on the caps. You can see some rust, and I believe as well on that Leinenkugel cap.
Right up here?
Yes, that's correct. Or the bottle behind the Leinenkugel, right?
Okay. And we have we can clearly see a Leinenkugel Creamy Dark, I think, or Creamy Daw or something.
Yes.
In this photograph?
Yes,
Okay. Was there any summer shandy that you found in these coolers?
there was not.
It's kind of a mix of beers, though, fair to say?
Yes,
We see a Pabst Blue Ribbon,
yes, a couple
Bush?
of them.
couple of Bush, some Four Peaks.
Yes, that's correct.
And then going back to 656, do you see rust again on those back? You mentioned the Coors specifically.
Yes, just because it was a silver cap, so it showed up a little bit better. You could definitely see it, and I believe there was even another picture that showed it a little bit better.
Okay. And these are all the beers, to your memory, that came out of these coolers, or all the items that came out of these two coolers?
Yes.
Going back to 655, okay. Detective, at one point, we didn't get into this too much, and I'm not going to go down the road too far, but at one point were some of the plants in the backyard in Allison's home looked at and photographed?
Yes, I believe if it wasn't the last day, it was on the 20th, and there were samples were taken and the plants were photographed.
And why is that?
At the time, again, we didn't know kind of what we didn't know, so we weren't sure. In addition, I believe we had some plant material that Dr. Ferentz had collected at autopsy, and we were trying to determine maybe the origin of where those pieces might have come from.
Ultimately, was there ever any connection made between the potential material on her body and the plants in her backyard?
There was not.
Okay. I want to ask you real quickly. We heard about the PM numbers, and as we're moving through the photo marker numbers, we've moved through most of them. One left, but they kind of went from started at photo marker 2 and then went up. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And why not start at number 1? Do you remember?
Initially, it's my recollection that Allison herself was actually going to be photo marker 1, like her body, and then for whatever reason, it just never was placed. So photo marker 2 or PM2, I believe, started with the dress that we recovered from her.
And we saw that photo marker already. So just to be safe, and so the jury's not wondering, there's not going to be a PM1 that they're missing somewhere along the way.
No, there will not be.
Okay. And now, Detective, again, we're jumping around, but some of these things have come up, and it goes to sort of part of your role in the case. As case agent, do you also kind of keep track of requests made to the labs?
Yes,
So you can make the requests yourself, or McWilliams could prior to you?
that's correct.
And what does that look like? Do you just walk over to the lab and have a conversation? Do you have to fill out a form, or what does that look like?
Right. So first, what we would do is we would evaluate everything that was collected as evidence, and then at that point make a decision between either between myself and other members of the unit as well as the sergeant. In this particular case, I know our commander, or at the time maybe even Assistant Chief Pop, was involved, and we would just determine what do we think was the best things to test, in what order, what would give us the best evidentiary value, and then move on from there.
Okay. And so as we move into the case, it's important to note that these requests are not just made, well, they're not made as a matter of course, like just test items 1 through 5 and then 6 through 10 and then just get back to me. It's kind of there's a prioritization that's done along the way.
Right, I think it was an evaluation every time there was a lab request. In addition, we also had to weigh in logistical issues as far as what other cases the lab was working on, their manpower, their staffing, those things, and if anything else might have come up. We did have, back at that time, we did have other cases going on that we needed the lab's finite resources.
Okay. And my ultimate question kind of isn't as detailed as we will get to when it comes to all of the lab work done in this case that we're going to hear about into next week. But because it's come up already, hopefully that wasn't me, we heard about some shoe prints and some comparisons that Miss Smaltz did, and we heard about her testimony of the same brand, size, tread pattern of a shoe that she compared was inconclusive. But just so we're clear, ultimately any of the sort of shoe type prints that were done in this case were done by Miss Raines, who will testify this week?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure we weren't getting confused as to what Miss Smaltz did and was talking about and what Miss Raines will ultimately testify to this week. We talked about the chemicals in that storage closet in the garage. Do you remember that?
I do.
The pool chemicals. Can you tell me anything more about those chemicals in the garage? What are they kind of, anything about their appearance?
So in the cabinet on what would be the south side of the garage, there were 2 bottles. One was chlorinator liquid, and the other was muriatic acid. The closet itself appeared very dirty, as if maybe it's just not used very often. And the bottles themselves were about maybe a third to half full. They had dust on the top. They did not appear to have been used recently, but because of that overwhelming smell that we got from bleach or chlorine in the house, we felt it important to at least document and collect those as evidence.
And did Allison have a pool?
She does.
Person?
She did. Or I'm sorry, a pool person or a pool?
A pool guy.
She did.
All right, I'm gonna ask you a couple more questions, and then, well, we'll get as far as we get before the break. So, jumping around a little bit again. You respond to the scene all 4 days, but I'm gonna ask you about now the 21st. Going out to the scene on the 21st. That's the last day?
Yes, that was Saturday.
Tell me a little bit about your role that day.
So this would have been the 4th day consecutively that we'd been in the house. We had collected several different items, upwards of almost 80 different items, I believe. And at this point, it was we were finishing up with as much scene work as we could do. It was also time that we were going to impound some of the larger items. I think the dining room table, the glass tables, that sectional couch, those things. So this was culminating with that. We were coordinating the logistics of how we were going to get those items into packaged and then into our property and evidence storage.
And so you said at this point 80 items have already been taken out of the house, and are you referring to physical items at that point, or does that include swabs as well?
That's all photo markers, and I said upwards, maybe not all the way up to 80, but certainly well into the 60s and 70s of photo markers of items identified as evidence.
Okay. And some items were both swabbed at the scene and collected.
Yes, that's
Is that right?
correct.
Okay. And we'll hear about some of those in particular. But at this point on the 21st, now you're doing big stuff, including the closet doors.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you specifically about the bottle, the whole bottle under the couch. How does that come to be found?
So after the 4 days, we've had the floors processed, we've had all the other things processed, and the couch, it's a sectional couch, so it's like L-shaped, and it had been moved forward and back to facilitate working in the living room and those things, but it had never been lifted up to collect, to actually take in as evidence. And so at that point, the decision was made, we're going to collect the couch, the entire couch as evidence. I don't recall, I know that Detective Lockerbie, I think Detective Carpenter was in there. We were all lifting the couch, and as we lifted it up, on the floor underneath the couch, we discovered the broken neck of this Leinenkugel beer bottle.
And so you guys didn't expect there to be anything under the couch. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And when you're moving the couch at some point back and forth, does anybody hear like any scraping noises or like oh gosh, there's some piece of glass we're dragging along the floor?
Nothing to our recollection, but again, it has several different, probably 10 at least feet, like 1 inch long metal or plastic feet on this couch. So as you're sliding it, you expect to hear something.
And so you pick up this couch. Ultimately, we've heard testimony. There was prior testimony about somebody on the scene who has to ultimately take this bottle off the floor and move it into evidence somehow, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So tell me about that process.
So initially we'd found it. We tipped the couch back so we could get a better view of it. Photographs are taken 2 different ways. First off, without a photo marker in place, and then with a photo marker in place. And so that was done. I think it was photo marker 80 was used. And then at this point, it needs to be collected. We looked at that. It was my decision that I looked at it and said, I was wearing rubber gloves at that point, but I recognized the significance of this piece as being something that was missed, in my opinion, and needed to be tested. I had removed my gloves. I had put on a different pair of gloves that I carried in a small bag with me, and then I picked up the bottle by, unfortunately, as it turns out, placing my finger inside the bottle and lifting it up so the cap could be photographed, so the sides could be photographed, and then it was transferred into an envelope and impounded as evidence.
And why do you say that, unfortunately?
Well, unfortunately, because it doesn't look as professional as what I've liked. I would have rather had something else been used, but it needed to be touched to picked up. And at that point, I figured the best place to touch that bottle would be inside it rather than on the outside in case there was fingerprints or anything that could be damaged.
And is there other things you might pick up in this way?
Everything, all items of evidence eventually get collected. Right now, another one of the things that we use are long either chopsticks or forceps, something like that. We just didn't have them at the time.
And so it has to be picked up off the floor, so you do it the way you described it. And you said that you took a glove out that you carry on you?
Yes, that's correct. At that time, I also had a small bag that I carried over my shoulder that in it had a steno notebook, some buccal swabs that if I needed to collect a swab from somebody, as well as some rubber gloves. They were not the same. They were issued from the Scottsdale Police Department, but they were not the same gloves as what we were wearing at that time. I think we were either wearing black or purple at the time. These were tan, but in effect, they were the same quality. They were still rubber gloves. They had never been used before.
And just to be so we can all understand, are these rubber gloves you would use repeatedly anytime you needed to touch something, or were these kind of the same gloves we've heard about where you use them and you toss them after you use them?
No, they would be one time, and that's exactly why I changed my gloves, because I had gloves on, and realizing the significance of this piece said I needed to put on fresh new gloves in order to handle this piece of evidence.
And why was it so significant?
Because I had been touching other things, we had lifted the couch. I certainly didn't want to transfer or create any contamination for DNA or anything else.
And what about the glass I meant was, that was a bad question. Not the changing of the gloves being significant, but what about the glass itself stood out to you as the point that you found it? Like, oh, there's a piece of broken bottle.
Throughout the entire scene, there were bits of broken glass. So there was a piece of glass by the dining room table. There was another one over by that kitchen island, and there were several very small shards scattered kind of throughout the kitchen. But there was nothing that we would look at to say was part of a label, maybe part of the base, the heavier glass on the base. So it appeared everything else was cleaned up to the point where it could be identified. The closest thing I had was a piece of glass that had embossed that looked like it said something like Chippewa Falls, like maybe that was from a Leinenkugel bottle. But the fact that we found this one was significant because this was the first piece that was large enough to possibly contain a fingerprint to identify what it is, that it was a honey vise. The cap was still intact. So, and more importantly, if we'd missed it searching in this house for 4 days, I believe the suspect, if it would have been
Speculation, foundation.
Sustained.
So to be clear, you had, by that point on the 21st, you were aware personally of the glass pieces all over the house.
Yes, that's correct.
And having seen those glass pieces, did it appear that if you took all those glass pieces from the kitchen area, the pillar, everywhere that you found a glass piece, if you put them all together, that you would have a complete beer bottle?
No, absolutely not.
And so at this point, you find another piece of a beer bottle. Is it similar color to those pieces that you found around the house?
Yes, it's brown glass.
And you had mentioned one of the pieces had also had some raised lettering that indicated it might also be a Leinenkugel's brand beer.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Judges, might be a good time to stop. I have a few pictures to find.
Okay.
Might as well.
So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take that afternoon break. Please remember the admonition, and we'll see you back in about 15 minutes.